Have you completed preparations?
the most important things on the battlefield.
This is an important operation. Hound, this is HQ. Please report on the status. This is Inez of Hound. All personnel are currently deployed on other operations. Be advised that only one unit is available. Please confirm whether Descendant support has been greenlit. Operation cannot proceed without Descendant reinforcements. Over. That is currently under discussion. The operation must proceed regardless, so please be ready on your end as soon as possible, Hound. Sorry to keep you waiting, Descendant. The situation is critical. Let me explain why you've been called in. An unidentified Void vessel has been discovered in the Void Abyss. We have contacted Hound, the unit responsible for dealing with Void vessels, but it seems they are short-handed. Apologies, you might not have heard of Void vessels. Descendant, do you remember the wreckage of large ships floating in the Void Intercept battle location? Void vessels is the name we have given to these wrecked ships and massive amounts of debris drifting in the Void. Hound is a unit dedicated to searching Void vessels. When a new Void vessel appears, they are the first to move in, scouting for threats, securing the space, and exploring it. However, due to the physical demands of surviving in the Void, they only have a few members. They have descendants in their ranks, but they are extremely few and far between, leaving the unit constantly short-handed. So it's not uncommon for them to request descendant support, but now is not a good time. As you may have noticed, the reason I called you here is to deploy you on this operation. Someone with experience and understanding of void space, as well as the capabilities to deal with any eventuality. Well, you are the only one who fits the bill right now. We need to explore this Void vessel. It was found in the Abyss, which we have not been able to survey until now. Go and see Inez and Keelan, the Hound descendants. They will assist you. I'm counting on you, Descendant.
I've just changed shifts. Did anything happen?
I am analyzing the void paradox.
It's the Descendant! Look, Keelan! I was right, wasn't I? I told you HQ would send reinforcements. Looks like I won that bet. Oh, this is great! Drinks for me all night at the Brown Beard.
I don't mind you drinking all night, but just stop talking. You talk too much.
No, I'm gonna talk as much as I want all night long. Oh, right. I'm Inez Rhea, a Descendant with Hound. Nice to meet you. This is the first time I've worked with another Descendant. I was assigned to Hound as soon as I finished my Descendant training. My unit is only sent on missions to Void vessels, so we rarely run into other Descendants who might be heading to intercept battle locations. Hey, Keelan, haven't you two met before? You were in the Descendant Corps before coming here.
Don't know. Don't really care about other people.
You know, every time you behave like this, I have to just take a deep breath. If I didn't, I might hit you on the head. For goodness sake, why can't you just get on with people? You get along fine with Jeremy. What's your problem?
None of your business. I'm dealing with it.
Sure you are.
Anyway, how long are you gonna leave the Descendant just standing there, Inez?
I was just about to explain. So, Descendant, we'll keep you fully briefed about the mission, but you'll find a Void vessel very different from the Void intercept battle locations you're used to. We don't know what traps or hazards it might have, so you'll need to be more careful than usual. It won't be easy, but I heard that you're quite the star in the Descendant Corps. I'm sure you'll do just fine on Hound missions too. It's a shame I can't come exploring with you. I could be a huge help. But I've only been back from the Void for a few days, so I can't go with you. You know, too much exposure to Void energy being dangerous and all that. I'll do what I can from here to help you with whatever you need. All right, Descendant? Let's do this. Keelan, you could say something encouraging too.
Good luck on the mission. Let's try not to get in each other's way.
He's got a bit of an attitude problem, but he's also got a heart of gold. So please don't be offended. Sincerely, Inez.
I don't understand, Alpha. Why have I been excluded from this operation? I'm the only Descendant who has any experience with the Void Abyss. Aren't I the logical choice for this?
No. As your commander, I will not allow it. Alpha! You're right. No other Descendant knows the Void Abyss better than you. But can you really tell me that's the only reason you want this mission? You and I both know that it's not. Besides, you lead a team now. Are you going to simply abandon them?
All right.
Humanity is very weak. That's why humans need us so desperately.
You may speak freely. You're here because you're worried about me. Well, there's no need. When it comes to the Void Abyss, my emotions tend to get the better of me. HQ made the right call to leave this operation to Hound, and they were also right to choose you to support this operation. Personal feelings need to be left out of the equation if we want to achieve our overall goal. All the right decisions have been made, and it's for the best. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel apprehensive. As someone who's been to the Void Abyss before, I have to warn you. Never, ever let your guard down. Not even for a moment. You must stay as calm as possible, even if you're under immense pressure. Keelan's experience and understanding of Void vessels doesn't count for much. There are no guarantees in the Abyss. You'll be put under a tremendous amount of external force while you're conveyed to the operations site. If you lose consciousness at any point, you'll fall into the Void and drift there. So stay focused and channel your RK as much as you can. That's the only way we'll be able to locate you if something happens. Remember what I've said, and come back safely.
Descendant, I have something to tell you. Please come and see me. Descendant, I have something to tell you concerning the Void Abyss. The Void Abyss is a place that is unknown even to me. I cannot find anything about it in my systems. I have searched the records of Albion headquarters for solid information, but unfortunately there are very few documents about the Void Abyss. One thing I have discovered is that void energy is very strong in the Abyss, and there are elements there that do not exist in Ingress. Void energy has a negative effect on the RK of Descendants. You and I are linked by RK, which means our link could be broken. For now, I can only hope that our link will remain intact. But there are no guarantees. I will look into a way to stay linked to both you and Keelan for as long as possible. Please acquire as much data as you can from the Void Abyss and VV-072. When you return to Albion, I will analyze the data and plan our next course of action.
Have you completed preparation? There you are, Descendant. I've been informed that you're to be deployed on a reconnaissance mission to the newly discovered Void vessel, VV-072. Void space is full of uncertainty and danger. The remote abyss will contain greater threats and be even more unpredictable as well. Which is why you need to be more cautious. The most important thing is not to lose consciousness while traveling into the Void Abyss. Traveling into the Void Abyss involves crossing dimensions, and will subject you to immense gravitational pull, close to 10 times the gravity of Ingress. Traveling to a Void intercept battle location is a walk in the park compared to this. As Ajax likely told you, if you lose consciousness, you could end up drifting in the Void. Even a slight lapse of concentration could knock you off course. Even getting to the operation site itself could prove to be a challenge. but I believe in you, Descendant. I'll activate the Void Radar once you're ready.
You heard Seneca, yeah? You better get your act together, unless you want to be MIA in the Void. Let's get this operation going.
Keelan, I need a status report.
I'm searching the interior. This is
What's happening?
gunfire.
Keelan, the signal is on move.
I know. Focus, scum. Engage him!
We've lost the Vulgus signals. Keelan has made contact with the target.
HQ, there's been a mistake. It's just an ordinary dog.
The signal is still responsive. It might have something to do with the ship.
No way.
Keelan's archaeometrics are stabilizing.
This dog, he's not as ordinary as he looks.
Something is jamming our signals. Communications are
Keelan, abort! Get out of there now!
HQ, check your comms. HQ! This facility is...
on with it! You pathetic vermin! After him. Find him and kill him.
Powering shield at light speed.
Received communication signal. Is that a descendant? You're finally here. Took you long enough. While you were lost in the void, there was an incident which meant the Vulgus jammed our communication with HQ. Unfortunately, I'm in a difficult situation at the moment, and I can't engage. Why did the Vulgus here all of a sudden? Damn it! I don't know. I'll try to get the comms back up once you've lured the Vulgus out. I've got the objective locked down, so I need you to do some of the heavy lifting. Disabling their jamming device. Our comms should be back up soon.
Descendant, please respond.
HQ, come in.
Keelan, you're alive. And I can also confirm the Descendant's biosignal. Keelan, your biosignals are unstable.
It's just a scratch.
That's more than a scratch. Keelan, Descendant! I'm glad you're both alive. I was terrified when I heard we lost comms.
Don't worry, I'm fine. And the doggo is fine too. This dog, it's like it's reading my thoughts. As if it's connected to my arcade. I thought to myself, stop barking, be quiet. And then it stopped. It's intriguing. And cute.
Well, that's a shock. I didn't know you liked dogs.
No small talk during operations, Inez. I like cats too, by the way.
No small talk during operations.
Why you just wait till I get back.
You can see each other shortly. You are to cease operations and return immediately. Keelan, I have your current coordinates. Transferring you to Albion now.
Okay. See you in Albion, Descendant.
Transferring the Descendant next. Wait. Descendant, we have detected communication packets concentrated at a specific point. I apologize, but this data needs to be verified. I will send the target zone to your receive. Descendant, please report to HQ immediately.
The most important.
Let me.
So,
What do you get when...
Are you excited to be here at my show?
Oh. Target confirmed. Ready to fire. What do you get when you mix water and oil?
Do as I say, if you want to live.
The void is filled with the unexpected. And I enjoy that.
The Vulgus can't.
Inez Rhea, Hound Unit. Commencing operation.
I will not be afraid. I will surely restore hope.
Inez Rhea, Hound Unit. Commencing operation. Inez Rhea, Hound Unit. Commencing operation. Inez Rhea, Hound Unit. Commencing operation.
The most important things on the battlefield.
I will not be afraid. I will surely restore hope. I will not be afraid. I will surely restore hope. I will not be afraid. I will surely restore hope.
Were the Commander's explanations confusing again? In the time that we have been able to observe the Void Abyss, we've run into a problem. It seems that the Colossi in the Void Abyss that we've observed have also spotted Ingress. Seneca believes that our ability to observe the Void Abyss is due to the reduction in space between the Void and Ingress. If Seneca's hypothesis is correct, it also explains how the Colossi in the Void Abyss were able to detect Ingress. The problem is that the wavelengths of the Colossi that have been detected are different than normal. They are several orders of magnitude above standard. It is probably the largest reading ever recorded for a Colossus. Inez is investigating to see if this phenomenon is related to the exploration of VV-072. As soon as we have more information, I will pass it along. Please head to Intercept immediately. I wish you the best of luck, Descendant.
Descendant, I know the situation is urgent, but I have information to relay to you. I will be waiting. There are traces of a special wavelength in the Colossus energy that Seneca identified. A trace that only I can detect, thanks to my void energy sensory amplification algorithm. It is very faint, but it is a trace of Arche. Of course, it is possible that the Arche trace on the Colossus is a result of a number of coincidences. It would not be surprising if a Colossus who fought a battle with the ancestors in the distant past retained these traces in the aftermath of the battle. Colossi are also still shrouded in mystery for the most part, so I would not be surprised if some of them have powers related to Arche. Descendant, we need a sample to determine why this Colossus has Arche traces on it. I will collect the data once you have intercepted it.
Descendant, I'm glad you made it back safely. I heard the amount of pressure in the Void Abyss was huge. And yet you still managed to complete the operation. You really are talented. I'd love to have you join our unit. Wouldn't that be great, Keelan?
Sure, they're useful enough. They don't get in the way and they can hold their own. Thanks to you, the mission was a success. You did well, even though you weren't trained for it. Inez, why are you looking at me like that?
Wow! The Void Abyss really is a scary place. It's changed your Arche traits, and now it's even changed your personality. I've never heard you compliment anyone before. Keelan's still in there somewhere, right?
Never mind. Descendant, you should pay HQ a visit. I hear they're preparing a follow-up operation. Inez, I've got to drop by the Magister Research Institute. I'm a little worried about that doggo we rescued.
Wow! I swear that didn't sound like Keelan. I didn't know he liked dogs.
You need information about the Descendant. I know you fought your fair share of intercept battles, but this one will be a real challenge. The enemy shows the highest void energy readings of any Colossus I've ever observed. Yet the Colossi that we've dealt with so far fall within what we consider a normal range. Well, this one far exceeds that. At first I thought it must be an error. But you are about to face the most powerful Colossus you will have ever encountered. Please, be careful. I'll begin preparations to intercept right away. Are you ready?
Humanity is very weak. That's why humans need us so desperately.
This is an important operation. Descendant, I've been waiting for you. First of all, thank you for your hard work you put into this operation. An impressive achievement for your first Void Vessel exploration. It's no wonder Hound wants to recruit you. It's not entirely because of that success, but it has been decided that for the time being, you'll be assigned to Void Vessel exploration missions. VV-072 is unlike any Void Vessel that we've discovered so far. It doesn't look like a Vulgus ship, and I'm concerned that the Vulgus have already taken control of its interior. Also, the Vulgus seem to be using a dedicated exploratory force similar to our Hound unit. We need to find out what they are doing on VV-072 and what they are looking for. Descendant, I want you to conduct a second search operation. I'll contact Hound to assist you. Well, I didn't expect you to be rushed into another operation this fast. While we're here, Descendant, can you come and see me for a moment? There you are. I'm as confused as you are by HQ's decision. A redeployment so soon after your return.
Though I can see why HQ ordered it. It's the Void Abyss after all. And there are Vulgus all over VV-072.
And, unfortunately, the data you collected contained very few valuable leads. Plus the unexpected Vulgus presence. I suppose HQ had no choice.
The presence of the Vulgus on VV-072 means it's likely they're also looking for something there. Probably information that could give them an advantage over us. Traveling into the Void Abyss isn't easy, even for the Vulgus. There must be something important for them to take that risk. If VV-072 is a Vulgus ship, they have the advantage. We won't be able to stop whatever the Vulgus are planning if we fall behind now. That's why a second sweep is absolutely necessary.
Keelan's right. So I pulled something together as well. This device contains a code to break the Vulgus algorithm. When the specialized code loaded onto this device is activated, it will automatically collect Vulgus records from all over the Void Vessel. Analyzing those records will tell us why the Vulgus came to VV-072. I'm counting on you, Descendant.
Descendant, I hear you're planning further operations in the recently discovered Void Vessel. I have a favor to ask. Can you come to the Research Institute?
Now what do you want? Go. You found some special data from the Void Abyss. Intriguing and captivating data, in fact. The organism that Keelan rescued from the Void Vessel is no ordinary dog. It's the product of highly complex and sophisticated genetic engineering involving Archae. The signal picked up in the Void Abyss was a sensor of sorts, the organism's response to Keelan's Archae waves. Up until this point, only descendants have been able to respond to and detect Archae. But it seems that this organism has a very specialized sensitivity to Archae. We are discovering new possibilities for this fascinating creature every day. Similar to when we first saw the possibilities of humanity. The Magisters speculate that this organism was created by the ancestors. It's just a theory, for now, of course. We've categorized this organism as a new species, an Archae Fellow. This category means that it's a being that responds to Archae and can help descendants in a variety of ways, which is, of course, what we plan to use them for. I've also discovered a way to research Fellow, given enough materials. But as this organism came from the Void Vessel, you'll need to gather the materials from there. I'm hoping you'll be able to help me collect the materials I need to research this organism while you're on other operations. If there's something you need, you'll need to pay.
The most important...
I will not be afraid.
You need information about the Colossi.
Launching Void Vessel Exploration Operation.
The most...
I will...
Inez...
I will not be afraid.
Launching Void Vessel Exploration Operation. Biosignals are unstable.
Keelan, are you all right?
What's about the Descendant?
Still in void space. Stay where you are until the rendezvous.
I can handle it myself.
all of a sudden? Frank? Captain Frank? Hello? Can you hear me? Anybody? Always broke when I need it most. Have we inside the anti-wood shield too long? I need to save Star. Come on. Remember the Master Grell speech? I serve Master Grell. I am the firefighter. And I will bring glory to clip off void energy. Come bring me. I need to get back to the anti-void ship. Master Grell, watch yourself for me. Lord Garel, this is the report you asked for on Amon's red armor and the anti-wood shield. It is, as Amon promised, a useful addition to our arsenal. It is unaffected by void energy at any depth of the void abyss. It is the same for the anti-void shield. We had an 87.32% reduction in scout losses. If I may. If this is Amon's source technology, I suspect he has more. Just keep reading. For the sake of your legion, I shall force Amon to use the technology seized on him. Enough. Amon is under my control. Focus on your orders. I focus on special resources. I shall find what you desire, Lord Garel, even if it costs me my life. are the proud scouts of the Void Abyss. You serve Lord Kirel in the vanguard of this legions. This is an honor. All I hear from you is stupidity. You don't know how to search a ship. That is useless. The legions no longer require your void search ends here. Adjutant, leave the corpse where it is. Let it serve as a warning to all Vulgus. All shall heed the orders of Lord Kirel. Master Kirel, here is my report. We appear to have found the research station orders. Unfortunately, our Legion of Darkness units do not have the technology to fully decrypt it. We may need to request Abel to decipher it. Also, we believe Arcane is needed to re-enable it. I request that we proceed to the second stage. If we can successfully obtain Arcane Zero, we believe we can analyze a significant portion of it. We also believe the research center includes the technology to create gigantic arcane organisms. I shall present a more detailed report once we return to the fortress. Lesser commanders. With the implementation of the Dread Armor and the Anti-Void Shield, our goal was in reach. The operation duration has been extended by 13 times, and losses reduced by 87.32%. These results will satisfy lesser limits on your own class. All that remains is collection of the data scattered throughout the ship. According to Aemon, the encrypted location of the sealed Ironheart left by the moderate ancestors can be found here. Do you understand? The glorious moment for Master Kirel and Clipon finally approaches. It has been a century since Master Kirel embarked on this task. Sacrifice your lives so that we may acquire all that we need. You are dismissed.
Experimental lab identified. No structure found. Life specimens present. Data transmitted. Confirmed connection to INR. General ambulance orders. Facility confirmed. Transmission complete. Drone control module experiment complete. Area defense and surveillance online. Exploration report complete.
Shield at light speed.
Descendant, I've analyzed the data you've uploaded to your receive channel. There are some anomalies. I was wondering if you had a moment to discuss them. There you are. You've done a great job collecting the data. I've processed and analyzed the information you uploaded. Let me break it down for you. Firstly, we only discovered VV-072 recently, but the Vulgus records go back way before we discovered it. That means the Vulgus didn't discover VV-072 around the same time as we did. They'd already been there for a long time. Luckily, the data you collected was quite detailed, giving us some clues as to why the Vulgus went to VV-072 and what they've been looking for there all this time. For starters, the information the Vulgus are after is probably related to the Ironhearts, and it's most likely the information on where the Ironhearts are hidden.
How can you be sure?
Look, this is geographical data on Ingress. It accounts for a significant portion of all the data we have, and some of it is locked with quantum encryption. The Vulgus surveyed the entire topography of Ingress 100 years ago. For them to go all the way to the Void Abyss to look for topographical information means...
It probably has something to do with the Ironhearts.
Considering how accurately Corell was able to locate the Ironheart, he must have found the information here.
If only we'd been faster. We could have turned the tables on them. Wait. Inez. What's this?
Oh, I was just about to get to that. This data is very old. It's about an engagement the Vulgus fought against an enemy on VV-072.
Hang on. Isn't this referring to Aisha's squad?
Yes, that's what I thought too. The way they described how they looked, the technology they used, their firearms, and especially the mention of the Rose of Aisha, Aisha's weapon. Everything fits, down to the bullet specs.
That means Aisha's squad survived the Void Storm and made it to VV-072.
It seems that way, but there's no record of what happened to them. If the Vulgus had killed them, it would be in these records. But there's nothing further after an entry saying they lost the targets. It's complicated. Anyway, Descendant, I'll go over this with HQ and get back to you.
Descendant, I need to speak with you in private. Can you spare a minute?
You may speak freely. I overheard your conversation with Inez and Keelan. As they guessed, the enemy that the Vulgus engaged was definitely Aisha. I had my doubts when I started reviewing the records, but when it got to the part about a red handgun and a rose engraved on it, I was convinced. A handgun engraved with a red rose was Aisha's most cherished weapon. As you know, not many Descendants use handguns as their primary weapon, and no Descendant would insist on using a handgun unless it was an RK unique weapon. For me, that confirmed the enemy that the Vulgus engaged, mentioned in those records, was Aisha. I've been obsessed with finding Aisha, waiting for the right time to go and search for her. Now that the opportunity is finally here, I've been excluded from the operation. I don't resent Alpha's decision. He's made a wise choice. But I need to ask you to do something. It's now or never. Will you look for signs of Aisha during this operation? It doesn't matter how small they are. I want to see them with my own eyes. I desperately need this.
This is Descendant Eckert. Are you busy? I've been refining the Void Vessel record tracking algorithm at HQ's request. I'll need to talk you through it. Could you spare some time? Just say the word. I'll find out everything for you. You're here. This is the device with the improved algorithm. I've added a couple of features to the Void radar configuration. Firstly, I've altered the data collection device so it detects certain wavelengths within the coordinates. I've also added a feature to amplify and track RK traces once detected, even the faintest amount. Even if the level of RK emissions drops below the threshold, it shouldn't be a problem, as long as it has been detected. The device will accurately amplify the traces and recalculate their location. It gave me some headaches along the way, but it all turned out okay. Take it to Seneca, and that's it. It'll start functioning once he's installed it. What I found most interesting during the development of the algorithm was in order to reduce the interference from void energy, I had to incorporate the principle of modulation of the gamma value of the reflected wavelength. Descendant? Descendant, are you listening? I'm Eckert from Data Intelligence. How can I help you?
Have you completed preparations? Hello, Descendant. I've been waiting for you. That must be the algorithm Eckert modified. I'll apply it right now. When the algorithm activates, you'll be able to detect data that was previously obscured by the high levels of void energy. It'll provide an opportunity to retrieve data that would otherwise be missed due to the wavelengths. The first data to collect is the RK wavelengths remaining on VV072. These are the records left behind by any descendants. This is a chance for us to see events that took place, people we've lost, and any truths that may have been obscured. Descendant, I hope you return safely after completing the operation.
Launching Void Vessel Exploration Operation.
Is everyone alive? Dad will be here to see you, Colton. Everyone, if you can hear me, please respond.
Oh, this is James. I'm hurt but still alive.
I'm alive too.
Captain, James, Marie, are you all alright? My arm.
Thank heavens you're alive. Everybody, give me an injury report.
Apart from a broken arm, I'm fine.
I think I broke a rib. Other than that, I'm alive. But James is in a critical condition. He has multiple fractures and he might be bleeding internally.
All right, let's take care of James first. Everybody, gather around James.
I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. It's not your fault.
He's right. It's treatable, James. Just hold tight.
Aisha, look at that. James is wounded seeing already.
The extremely high concentration must be why we can see him regenerating. James, tell me if you feel any discomfort.
I feel a little nauseous and strange. It's like my muscles are moving by themselves. Maybe it's going away though. Marie, give me a dose of that Rosy Maybe my arm size will come down.
Alright, but I can also feel your broken ribs settling into your lungs. I'm gonna give you an even smaller dose than James. Here, let me see your shoulder.
I'm glad the captain is alright. At least our captain is unbreakable.
Every of your fun. Never worry about it.
Just want to help you out, sweetie. What do you want to know to do ourselves?
That's right. Now let's invite this that we have one less wounded. You can relax, Tess. Everybody is feeling better, I'd like to search inside. This giant facility must have something more than just this open serum.
I can tell that this place is huge just from the echo. The hallway goes on forever. But it's a sense like this exists in the world of this. It's all the shit.
Let's see if there's anything we can use to repair it first. I'll check our contact book. Let's see if there's any shit. Is there really no way to contact them?
Let's not rush to conclusions. What's important right now is to focus and trust our instincts. Don't give up.
That's right. So, that's what you not to do for you.
I'll get that serum. Get ourselves in later. Right. Everyone have a good thing. Let's take a bit of a review.
James is...
Damn it! James!
No. Could it be because of the serum? Then Edwin and I could...
Marie! Don't jump to conclusions. Nothing's happened yet. We were exposed to large amounts of void energy on our way here. What's happening to James could be caused of void energy. calm down. Get to it.
Aisha, are you saying she apologized? That's what I'm telling
Eddie, we have to survive in order to save James. Don't look back, just run.
That's... Look, James. That monster comes.
God, that must be a monster just impersonating James. That monster can't be James. Can it?
Marie, Edwin, pull yourselves together. We have to remain calm.
How? How can we stay calm in a situation like this? Captain, you saw it too. You saw what James turned into. The same could happen to us. Can you promise us nothing will happen? How the hell are we going to survive the void? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I want to live.
Captain! Marine! Help me! My body! It doesn't feel right!
Eddie! What's wrong? No! Eddie, get a hold of yourself, please!
I feel so cold. So cold. I can't stand it. I hate the world. I hate it so much. I want to kill everyone. I want everyone to know how cold I am. And my pain.
Look at me! Oh, my body! I'm a wreck! Why is our captain okay? Captain! You didn't take the serum! Captain, you're amazing! You survived even in a situation like this! How does it feel to watch us all die?
Captain, why do you look so sad? Aren't you happy to survive out of all of us? It feels good, doesn't it? To watch us become monsters.
No, that's not true. Please! Don't do this to me. This is Aisha Vanessa. It's been 7 days since I set out on my own. As to the whereabouts of the others, I don't know. I only hear occasional screams. I've encountered the Vulgus. There was a firefight, but I had to retreat because I was outnumbered. While retreating, the floor collapsed, and I fell to where I am now. I don't know if I can escape. If only Ajax was here. Ajax would have found a safe way back. I should have sent the call signal. Sorry for putting you in danger. I know Ajax is probably blaming himself. I can't let my emotions get the better of me. Right now, escaping this ship will allow me the highest chance of survival. James's arm pierced the hull of the ship. I could try to escape through the hole. The screaming seems to have stopped. I better get moving. Wait. Where's my handgun? Did I drop it? No. Ajax engraved a rose on it for my birthday. Damn it!
Great job, Descendant. We're analyzing the records you uploaded to your receive channel. The results should be available soon, so you'll be able to head out right away. Right on time. We've just completed analysis. The results aren't bad, but they aren't great either. Starting with the results of the detailed analysis, it's been confirmed that all of these records were modified with a specific decryption system developed by Albion headquarters, all with different IDs too. Which means, as we suspected, Aisha's squad did make it to VV-072.
The problem is the next part. We've analyzed the records we believed have been left by Aisha's squad. I just can't make sense of them.
It's like Keelan said. The more I examine the records, the creepier it gets, the harder it is to understand. It's like a diary of someone suffering from nightmares. It's that erratic. I'm going to request that Data Intelligence do secondary analysis on it. A more detailed analysis might reveal repetitions, or anything that could help us understand what happened. This doesn't seem to be just about Aisha, but about her entire squad. So I hope we can find some clues.
We'll take care of this. You get to HQ and brief them. Before you do, you can upload this data to Ajax's receive channel. I bet he's been waiting for it.
Wow, Keelan! You finally learned some social skills. I'm lost for words. You're going to respond to my messages right away from now on, right?
I've always answered you immediately. With silence.
I tried to hide that I've been waiting for this, but I guess I failed. Thank you for looking out for me.
I didn't do it for your gratitude. And I'd appreciate if next time you don't bring your personal issues into an operation.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me! You were doing so well, just say something nice! Do you think that strategic planning is easy? Descendant, I apologize for rushing you here like this. While conducting the secondary analysis requested by Hound, I discovered something new. The Vulgus weren't just after information about the Ironhearts, they were also looking for something else entirely. It was what you and Keelan discovered during your first foray, the unidentified lifeform. The Vulgus were looking for research data on that lifeform, as well as anything else related to the Ironhearts. Data that could reveal the location of the Ironhearts should be reason enough to go to VV-072. But for them to also look for data on that lifeform means it must represent a great strategic benefit to them. The Ironhearts and the R&D on an unidentified lifeform. The link between them is the Ancestors. Now that we know for certain that VV-072 is not a Vulgus ship, the only other beings capable of building a vessel of that size were the Ancestors. The problem is that we have been unable to figure out why the Ancestors left Ingress after quantum encrypting geographical data on Ingress, and why they researched the creation of the unidentified lifeform on that vessel. It feels like I'm sinking deeper into the Void Abyss myself the more I investigate this. I wish I could find a clear answer. For now, Command will work with the Magisters to hypothesize the most likely explanation. I'll get back to you when we have something meaningful to report.
Descendant, I believe I have a way to unravel this mystery. Like HQ, I also believe that VV-072 is an ancestor ship. Most of the technology present on VV-072 is a match for that of the ancestors. Many of the technological marvels created by the ancestors are based on the same algorithm as I am. Therefore, it should be possible to use my code to access the ship's internal operating systems. And I know Eckert has developed an algorithm that minimizes interference from void energy. This is a new form of analytical code that merges Eckert's algorithm with my decryption code. Uploading this code to the ship's systems should enable you to find the data hidden by the ancestors. The ancestors' data is likely to be quantum encrypted, and it will take some time to decrypt it. But if you are patient, you will acquire a vast amount of data. If I had any records relating to the ship, I could have hastened the process. But for some reason, there is no information on the Void Abyss, Void Vessels, or VV-072 in my records. I am perplexed by this, but it is not too late if we hurry. We can still stop the Vulgus and overcome the increasing information gap.
Launching Void Vessel Exploration Operation.
like this. Changing mags. Changing mags.
this is... Descendant, VV-072 was a scientific research vessel constructed by the Ancestors. The ship was named the Bastion of Eternity. I do not know how this ship ended up adrift in the Void Abyss, but we can only assume that the Ancestors possessed interstellar navigation technology. There was something else that required urgent analysis. The core objective of the Ancestors' research on the Bastion of Eternity. This was presumably a way to create the Colossi. The fellow you and Keelan found was not the end goal of the Ancestors. The fellow is merely a byproduct of their work on the technology to construct the Colossi. According to the research data you have secured, the Ancestors were developing a technology that uses RK as a raw material to separate mind from body, then implants that RK in a mechanical body of considerable power. If, for some reason, all Ancestors were transformed into Colossi because of this research, it explains why there are no signs of the Ancestors on the Bastion of Eternity now. This research could also be the reason why you could not find any traces of Aisha's squad. The technology to construct Colossi. What could be more tempting to the Vulgus? That must be why the Vulgus continue to search for this. The key technology needed to construct the Colossi, and the records of that research. I have yet to discover any evidence that the Ancestors' research was successful, so this is only a theory. I hope that it does not turn out to be correct. Descendant, please report these discoveries to HQ. They require HQ's careful consideration.
What is it now? I have examined the conversation with the guide that you uploaded to the command console. So the Ancestors researched the construction of the Colossi, and the Vulgus are looking for that research data. I find this difficult to accept, but we have data that supports the guide's hypothesis. Inez extracted this voice file after filtering out the interference caused by void energy.
Ajax! Ajax!
We analyzed the wavelength of the voice and found that it matched the sounds emitted by the Colossi. There has never been a single reported case of a Colossus speaking a human language. We are even more confused now that we have heard the guide's hypothesis, but HQ will not automatically assume Aisha's squad is deceased. Instead, we're increasing our efforts to find a way to rescue them. It's entirely possible that they left the Bastion of Eternity and are still alive elsewhere. For now, the report and data will be placed on the agenda for an emergency meeting at HQ. I will contact you when the meeting is concluded. Thank you for your efforts with this difficult operation, Descendant.
Do you have a minute?
What's going on? I've read and reread the records from the Bastion of Eternity. I must have gone over them dozens of times. But what I read was so unbelievable. What the hell happened to them? I wondered if my prolonged exposure to the energy of the Void Abyss was causing me to hallucinate. That's the only answer I could come up with. I've had experiences in the Void Abyss so vivid that I couldn't tell what was real and what wasn't. But we have no conclusive evidence that Aisha and her squad are dead. As Nell said, it's possible they're still alive, somewhere. And even if something happened to her squad, I believe Aisha is still alive at least. No additional evidence has been found. There is no record of mutation. And I'll never give up on rescuing her. I'll find her, no matter the cost. I know it took a lot of hard work and dedication on your part to acquire this information. Thank you for that, and also for what it means to me, personally. I may not be able to leave right away, but once we've found all of the Iron Hearts, I'll go to the Void Abyss. I will never give up hope. But until the right time presents itself, I'll focus on finding the Iron Hearts. Thank you, Descendant. I won't forget this.
Descendant, well done. Since the operation is finished, can we talk for a second? Great! You're here! I just wanted to let you know that you did good. When we began this operation, I thought we probably needed to maybe be a little more careful than normal. But as things progressed, I realized we were actually in for a real challenge. Without your help, we would have never got through this. Thank you, Descendant. I really wish I could have been there. It's a real shame. Anyway, Descendant, would you like to join our unit? We could really use someone as capable as you. I'll treat you really, really well. Just think about it, okay?
If I were you, I'd think about the offer.
Keelan, it's times like these that we need to recruit a competent Descendant. We're already short-staffed. We won't have another opportunity like this for a long time.
She's been like this ever since she completed her Hound training. She tries to recruit anyone who looks promising to make up for our lack of troops.
Who was it that came up to you when you were brooding in a corner? Everyone I've recruited is doing just fine, right?
Yeah, that's why I said I like them. They don't get in the way, and they can hold their own.
Then shouldn't you put more effort into trying to recruit them?
I'll think about it.
Ugh.
The most important things on the battle.
Good job, Descendant.
Yeah, good work. See you later.
I am analyzing the Void Paradox.
The most The most
Have you completed preparations?
The most important.
I will not be afraid.
The most important things on the battlefield. The most...
I will not be afraid.
Inez Rhea, Hound Unit, commencing operation.
The Vulgus can't see me.
The void is filled with the unexpected. And I enjoy that. The void is filled with the...
Molten Fortress reaching frenzied state. Transferring suppressor immediately. frenzied state. Transferring suppressor immediately. The space-time fabric of the Void is extremely illogical.
Magisters are probably humanity's real hope, don't you think?
Have you completed preparations? The space-time fabric of the void is extremely illogical.
The most important things on the battlefield. Supplies and support, naturally. The most important.
completed preparations?
This'll change the game.
Alpha, now that the Descendant Core is here, I'll begin my debrief. Key points to cover include defense against the Vulgus invasion and the search for Corell's missing fleet. First, our defense operation against the invasion is going well, but as we continue attrition warfare, supplies and ammunition are becoming increasingly scarce. It's got to the point where I'm not sure if the enemy is targeting strategic positions or our ammunition stockpiles. The Desleo Armory is working hard, but our ammo production isn't keeping up with consumption.
If that really is their objective, it's a successful one so far. And what about our side? Do we know where that force was originating from?
We've mobilized all of our reconnaissance assets here at the Kingston radar station, but we can't find anything out of the ordinary. Alpha, now might be a good time to reevaluate the plan I submitted. We've already identified an important clue from Amon's message. This grand invasion is headed to the origin of all wars. The only place in Ingress that qualifies is Sigma Sector, the land of annihilation. It's where the Vulgus and the Colossi first appeared over 100 years ago.
Now, you need to drop this. Sigma Sector is where the void erosion is at its worst. The void storms there turn all matter amorphous in seconds. The Vulgus are no exception to this. Of course, it's possible that the Vulgus used the Ironheart to assist them, but if they had, the energy would have been detected by our radar. You're just trying to make your theory fit your requirements. Unless Corell wants to die, there's no reason for him to have gone to Sigma Sector.
Enzo, why don't you trust me?
It's not about trust, Nell. It's about common sense.
But if the answer we're looking for is beyond the boundaries of common sense, the problem will never be solved. We have investigated almost everywhere in Ingress, and no trace of Corell's fleet has been found. But the enemy invasion shows no signs of weakening, and now they're even using Ancestors' technology. We can't rely on a common sense approach any longer. We have to think outside the box. Nell, I'm officially adopting your plan. You'll have authority over troop deployment and operational details for now.
Alpha, are you serious? More importantly, Nell, are you really planning to send troops into Sigma Sector?
See? It really is about trust. No matter how unorthodox my plan seems, I am not going to blindly order troops to their deaths. As for dispatching the Recon Corps, that will come once we've observed the energy signatures of Sigma Sector from the outside.
But we don't have that kind of reconnaissance asset. We can't even observe them with the wideband deceive here at the Kingston radar station.
Well, naturally, our tools will need to be outside the box as well. This operation will utilize the Eye of Truth, the Vulgus observation device in the White Knight Gulch. I'll pass along the details from Albion. You need to go and ready your gear.
What? My gear?
You heard Alpha. I'm in charge of troop deployments and operational details. I'd like you to take over field command in the White Knight Gulch. And for the record, this request isn't personal.
Enzo is perfect for this kind of mission. Good call, Nell.
I understand. I'll get moving.
I have seen everything. The salvation of two worlds. Descendant, you have destroyed the Ironheart and preserved the balance of the dimensions. But the war is not yet over. Garel has vanished with the remaining Ironhearts, and we do not know where he might have gone. Humanity has pursued this to the bitter end. And finally uncovered a brutal truth.
Descendant, this mission will require all the strength you have. Go with Enzo and head to the White Knight Gulch.
It really isn't anything personal, right?
It isn't personal.
I will not be.
Inez Rhea.
What do you get when you... Oh.
Infiltration by the Vulgans outward.
special human child. What do you need?
What is it? Good. You're here. I've just received the operation details from Nell. This operation is definitely unconventional. I couldn't believe it myself that we'll be utilizing Vulgus biostructures. But once I read the report on the Eye of Truth from the Medical Corps, I understood. Not only can you see all of Ingress with the eye, apparently it's also capable of visual observation across dimensions and into the void. In other words, it could theoretically see through the void storms in Sigma Sector and analyze a variety of energy signatures. To think that the Vulgus were observing Ingress and humanity with a device like this, it's pretty ominous. But if we can use it to our advantage, that's a different story. The problem is, the White Knight Gulch has fallen back into Vulgus hands, and we also disabled the Eye of Truth in a previous operation. So, the first objective of the operation is for myself and the Descendant Corps to temporarily occupy the White Knight Gulch and restore the Eye of Truth. We're short on time, so if you have any questions, let's talk about them on the way to the operation area. Oh, and by the way, Nell asked 2 more Descendants to join us. Eugen and Bunny. Eugen is essential to the restoration of the Eye of Truth, but I'm not sure why she chose Bunny. Anyway, while I'm getting ready to head out, please check in on Eugen and Bunny.
Nell, I'll pay for the suit. Can we keep this a secret from the military police? I don't want to do disciplinary training again. It's not about the cost, Bunny. It's about the unauthorized use of ultimate equipment and development, which is a serious military offense. All right. If this mission is successful, I'll let you off the hook. I'll do it! I'll do anything! Just tell me. Oh, good. I was so bored. What you got? You're here. Nels briefed me on the mission. Operation Secure the Vulgus Eyeball. But I heard that Valby and Eugen destroyed the Eye of Truth. Can it be fixed? Whatever. I'll leave the hard stuff to you. All I'm supposed to do is run around, kill enemies, and collect data on how my ultimate equipment performs in the field. Anyway, how do I look? Isn't my ultimate suit killer? I stole this while it was in development by the Magisters, and what do you know? It's perfect for me. They should have given me this sooner. Then I wouldn't have had to steal it. I'm not the bad one. It's the world that forced me to steal this that's bad. Was that too much? Anyway, I'm ready to leave any time, so hurry up and go get Dr. Han. We have to go before I lose electricity.
Wait, you're not captain anymore. Miss Elias, it's my mission.
Jin, stop and listen to me. You don't have to go to the White Knight Gulch.
Why do you keep saying that? You're just in time. Please, can you tell my dear Manto to quit it? She thinks she's still the captain of the Medical Corps. She's making a huge fuss and trying to take my place on the mission, even though I know the White Knight Gulch the best. Can you match everything in the bundle of optic nerves in the Eye of Truth? I can do it with my eyes closed.
Okay. Well, can you forget the memory of what happened to your teammates when you close your eyes? I heard you still wake up screaming in pain in the middle of the night. Valby told me all about it. You might deny it, but trauma takes time to process and recover from. I know what happened there. Please, don't push yourself, Jin. And, to be quite honest, I'm more familiar with the White Knight Gulch than you are. I spent a lot of time there looking for Daya.
Captain.
I'm not your captain anymore. I'm asking you, as someone who cares about you, let me take your place.
Damn it. All right. Actually, I wasn't confident that I could do it either.
Yeah, you don't have anything to prove. I'm sure Daya felt the same way. So, you can give me information about the Eye of Truth through Maya Sieve. I'm a little nervous about going on a medical corps mission after such a long break.
I'm sure your years of experience will see you right, but please be careful. And thank you for your concern.
I like it when you listen to me. See you later.
Ah! Why is everyone taking so long? Are we ever going to start this mission where we fix what we broke? You know what? I'll go first.
Bunny, wait! Oh, seriously? All personnel involved in the Eye of Truth recapture operation, please report to your assigned locations. Over. Damn, I was in such a hurry to leave, I forgot some modules, Bunny.
Seriously? How is that my fault? You wasted most of your time arguing with Nell. Oh, Enzo! I understand now. You're on Nell's bad side, right? Did Operation Ring fail?
Of course it didn't, and no private chat during official operations, Bunny.
But you two look so good together. It's not every day you meet someone like that, Enzo. I'm rooting for you.
Oh, Glay, not you two. Please drop it and let's focus on the operation. You probably know why we've been deployed here. To restore the Eye of Truth, connect it to the bioscanner, and carry out observation of Sigma Sector. But first, we need to drive out the Vulgus who have reoccupied the White Knight Gulch. Then we can take out the control facility connected to the Eye of Truth. Bunny and the rest of the team, please clear the Order of Truth forces in the area. Glay, your objective is to begin restoration of the Eye of Truth. I'm going to build a field station here that will serve as a relay between the bioscanner and the Kingston radar station.
Leave it to me. Fixing things is my specialty.
Great! Let's get going!
To restore the Eye of Truth, first we'll need to find organic matter to feed the Vulgus biostructure. We can find some in the Fortress Control Facility and from samples of the Vulgus. I need plenty of it, so I'll need your help.
I'm going to scout the perimeter of the Order of Truth Fortress to see how many of them there are. And I'll get to test my ultimate suit's performance while I'm at it.
Yeah, you're the right age to be running around. Let me know if you have any trouble, Bunny. I can help you.
The most important things on...
I will not be afraid. I will surely restore hope. I will not be afraid. I will surely restore hope.
Okay, gamers and gamettes, what is going on? My name is Tanuck127 and welcome back to another video. And guys, in today's video, I want to talk to y'all again about the First Ascendant. However, if you want to stay up to date on all things the First Ascendant, make sure you are liking today's video, subscribing to the channel if you are new, and let's go ahead and get on into today's topic. So, what I want to give y'all is a brief overview and my first impressions on the new Descendant, Serena. She's a new support Descendant, and if you guys know, especially by my previous favorite character, I got a soft spot for the support.
I will not be
So I was
afraid.
pretty excited when hearing this character coming along. However, before we get started in this video, I do want to tell you guys one thing. I promise I'm going to start working on endgame a lot more here soon and stuff like that, and getting some guides out there for like some of the endgame higher end bosses and stuff. I did see in some of my previous videos, First Ascendant, a few people have been asking, you know, for more guides and, you know, some like stuff on higher end content. So I do plan on to work on that. I just got a lot of games I'm working on at the moment, guys. So do forgive me, but we're going to get into that. So Serena, let's go ahead and talk about her. Serena is the brand new support Descendant. We're going to go ahead and talk about her passive skill. Basically, this is real simple. Divinity. Serena gains additional stat bonuses when firing a firearm mid-air. Basically, when she's in the air, she's a lot more lethal. You do more damage. She takes reduced damage. All the stats are right here. Air attack increase, air explosive attack increase, air accuracy increase, air recoil reduction, and damage reduction. She basically goes into tank mode when she's hovering or flying. So her first ability, let's talk about it. Sacred Flame. Now, the thing about Sacred Flame is you can use it on enemies and you can also use it on allies. You use it on your allies, it gives them a buff. You use it on enemies, it's basically going to do burn damage. You guys know, similar to like how fire damage works on weapons. It's a widespread arc-shaped AoE attack. Nothing crazy to explain there. You guys see the stats right there on the screen. Feel free to pause the video anytime you guys want to look at that stuff. Ascension. This greatly decreases gravity while you have this this skill active. So basically what it does is after you use Ascension, it basically puts that buff on her, and you can pretty much jump higher and float midair for short periods of time and stuff like that. So whenever you want to use her airborne higher in the soar. And then Ascension. And cast Ascension. Screw higher in the air first before jumping. You know, matter of fact, screw talking about it. Let's test it out. Okay, so let's go ahead and cast Ascension. And now let's use Soar. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. Yep. Yeah, that gives us a lot more of an airborne advantage. Okay. So if we use Soar first, right, we still have our 2 jumps that'll get us even higher in the air. Okay, that's freaking cool. Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. That definitely settles that. And then last but not least, we have Redemption. Redemption is the main buffing ability. When used on the ground, removes all debuffs on Serena and allies within range and grants Prayer of Redemption. When used in midair, grants Redemption's judgment to self. Prayer of Redemption, there's what it does right down there. Buffs and everything that it gives you. And Redemption's judgment, there's everything that it says and does right there. Anytime you use Redemption's you use Divinity, you use Redemption while you're in the air, make sure you are casting your Sacred Flame, because it is going to make it a lot more lethal. So if you cast your ultimate, make sure you use Sacred Flame immediately. It's going to make it do a lot more damage. And as you guys can see, it's constantly doing damage over time. It's going to increase all of that stuff to your enemies. Now, Serena as a character, how do I feel about her so far? I honestly like her a lot. She is definitely one of the more fun characters to play in the game. Her air traveling alone gives her a whole new play style that you haven't seen. So would I say this character is worth it? Definitely, yeah. From an aesthetic view, my only problem, alright, and I'm going to sound like a little degenerate for saying this, but I wish you could remove the wings and armor. You know what? We're going to say straight up. Because it blocks that ass. Okay. So I'm going to be straight up honest about that. No, but seriously though, if you purchase some more cosmetic outfits and everything in the future, you're going to want to see the whole thing, and the wings kind of get in the way. I just wish there was, a way to remove the wings from, like a cosmetic standpoint or something like that. But other than that, guys, she's a really awesome character, and I would definitely recommend you guys checking her out if you haven't already, especially if you're looking for a new support to play, or somebody on your team or whatever wants to play a support. She's a fun all-around character, very strong in the DPS department as well. And as you guys know, we don't have too many fire characters, and she specializes in that. So I would definitely check Serena out if you haven't already. I really, like I said, besides that one cosmetic thing, which is just me being a little degenerate, I have no complaints about this character. Thumbs up to the devs for doing this one. I can't wait to see what they pull off next. Anyway, y'all enjoyed today's video. Smash that like. I will see y'all in the next one. Peace out. Have a good one.
Yo guys, what is up? Max on our first Descendant video, and today I've got some really cool stuff to talk about with Serena. If you did not know, Serena just launched, and she is a really cool Descendant. She's one of those Descendants that, like, out of the box, she's not like insanely strong, but as you get more and more things for her, she gets some really crazy synergies. And while I will have a full build guide for her tomorrow, today is not a build guide because I've still got a lot of testing and stuff. I wanted to show off some things that I've discovered on her that are like really cool and things that you should probably be paying attention to when you're building and upgrading around her. So I hope you guys enjoy the video breakdown. Let's get right into it. So Serena has two like really interesting things going on for her. The first is her 2 ability, Ascension. This allows you to fly, but the crazy thing about this ability is it gives you multiple different buffs while you're flying. The first one of those is multi-hit with general rounds, so your multi-hit chance is basically your chance for your weapon to hit twice. Now, different weapons have different multi-hit modifier values. So when you multi-hit, it doesn't mean that you deal double damage. For example, something like the Last Dagger does not benefit from multi-hit hardly at all because it only does 0.06x of its damage, of the weapon's base damage, or the weapon's damage when it multi-hits. For example, something like the Fallen Hope, though, is incredible with multi-hit because the Fallen Hope does double damage when it multi-hits. So different weapons will have different multi-hit, basically, coefficients. And so that's definitely something to look out for. If you are going to be using her flying buff with weapons that are going to be using general rounds, you want to make sure that you're using things that have good multi-hit implicit values. The next thing that she has is impact round additional effects. These give you increased drop-off distance, but when you crit, you get MP back. This is really nice because MP is definitely a struggle for her while she's in the air, so having an impact weapon to swap to get some MP back that has high crit chance is awesome. Then she's got special rounds. Special rounds get surrounding AoE damage, which is a little different than you might think, which you can expand, and it can hit up to 20 targets. And then high power rounds get additional fire damage on hitting enemies, and you have that chance of that additional damage proccing. And then the next thing that's crazy with her is her fourth ability. This, if you use it in the air, we'll talk about Prayer of Redemption later. That's probably more for the build video. But if you use Redemption's Judgment, which is when you activate the 4 in the air, all of your weapons have 100% chance to deal additional AoE damage. However, there's a formula for this additional damage, which is firearm damage, firearm or explosion damage times your damage multiplier, and your damage multiplier is your max HP times 0.8. And this can get really crazy with certain weapons. So I just kind of want to show that off real quick. So we are currently just using a Hero's Scar. I'm just going to take the mods off of that real quick just to show you. But if we activate her 4 in the air, we don't have to be flying. You'll see that when we hit enemies, just at base, we're getting 55,000 damage on every shot to all of these surrounding enemies, which is insane. If we put on something, let's just put on the Piercing Light, for example. If the Piercing Light, we activate our 4th in the air, and then we shoot this. Now we're doing a million. That was 1.6 million in an AoE, 1.6 million in an AoE, 1.6 million. So the actual weapon that you're using and the amount of damage that the weapon does makes a huge impact on that AoE, but it also gets multiplied by your HP modifier. So the real question is how actually valuable is HP on her, which I want to show off real quick. So right now, I currently have 2 HP mods on. If we are holding our weapon and we do our 4th in the air, and then we shoot, that is doing, looks like 55k. We'll look at that base number because that's the one that pops up the most. It's about 55, 56. It's 55.9, so 56 damage. Let's, for example, just take off both of our HP mods there. We still have a fair bit of HP, but now that is off. I gotta activate this in the air. And now we are doing 10k damage. So we're almost 5 to 6 times the damage on that explosion based off of HP. I found the value of applying an additional HP mod after you already have one to be a 75% damage increase on putting a second HP mod on her. And her 4th ability is one of her best abilities, so it's something you want to keep up because it's going to allow you to proc constant AoE damage and make that damage do a ton if you're using 2 HP mods. Now, where this gets really crazy is anything that is a firearm damage, even if it's not directly a firearm, can still proc Redemption's Judgment. So, for example, and part of the reason I wanted to make this video is there's some really crazy synergies with her. So now we've got a Greg's Reversed Fate, which when we fire, these explosions that it does, when Greg's procs and it calls down its bombs, right? Those bombs can then also proc those dots, and the dots can proc more explosions. So it becomes like a little bit of a feedback loop where anything that's doing firearm damage can constantly be proccing your like AoE damage from Redemption. Now, where things get really crazy is with Ascension, special rounds weapons like the Greg's Reversed Fate now hit in an AoE. Now, this isn't a traditional like AoE like you might think. It basically means you still have to hit the enemy, but when you hit the enemy, it does AoE damage. So, like, for example, if I'm flying here and I'm shooting next to these enemies, I'm not actually dealing AoE damage. Like, it has to actually hit them, and then, you know, once we do, then it hits all of them. But that's going to allow us to get more procs of our, like, fourth ability and just do, like, a ton of damage. And then when we combine the two, which makes us hit everything, with the 4 ability, which makes us hit everything, and all of our like missiles can start coming down and proccing the 4 on repeat, things start to get really wacky with the Gregs. As you can see, we've got like just a crazy amount of bombs coming down, and my Gregs does not have a core on it yet. I think once you get a core on this thing, it could be truly insane, but that is not a synergy that I was expecting, and something I wanted to show off because I think part of how strong Serena is really depends on how strong the weapon is that you're pairing with her. Kind of similar to Glay, where she like really starts to shine if you're using a strong weapon. And I think there's going to be a ton of really cool weapon synergies. The Greg's Reversed Fate is one that I particularly wanted to call out. The Albion Cavalry is crazy. Shooting snipers from the ground and dealing millions of AoE damage is insane. Obviously, like your big nuke weapons, such as the Restored Relic, are going to be insane. But there's so many cool options for her. I cannot wait to try out the one of the new weapons that just came out for her. I'm technically like any weapons for her, but things like the Ancient Knight seem like they have a lot of strong synergies with her, and the ATEMs and all of the other weapons, like the Truly Deadly Arson does extra damage if you're burning enemies, and all of that burn is going to be able to like spread and do AoE damage with her. There's such a amount of cool options. I just wanted to particularly call that one out. I still have a ton of work to go on making her build video, which will be out tomorrow, and I'm going to try to be as thorough as I can. But I just wanted to call that out and show you guys when you're building your Serena, you're definitely going to want to be grabbing as much HP on her, and there's some really cool, crazy synergies you can rock. I hope you guys just enjoyed the video. Just a short one. Got plenty more on the way. But yeah, I'll catch you on the next one, guys. Take care. Peace.